Good morning. Keener to you too, Dork. That's interesting. Guac, the market isn't acting rationally. Yeah. If it's only consolation, we've only had to feel this way for like 11 days. And Bulls felt this way for 3 months. We should probably wait for the Michigan to enter any zero DTEs. Yeah, probably. I think waiting till Michigan consumer sentiment's probably a great idea here. So durable goods way the fuck down today. I need to check thresholds. Ooh, XRT's off threshold. Hmm. Okay, never mind. Holiday might delay them cash settling XRT obligations, though. It's possible. Yeah, we've seen this movie before. But it's good to know that it's off, right? I think if I get any exposure, I'm gonna probably get a little bit of theta. I had to fucking reset trading view last night, so I gotta reload all my indicators and shit. Oh, what the fuck? Awesome. Jamie borrow rate go up this morning? Hey, Dork. All right. So 65, some resistance here. Broadly at QQQ. Variable shares. So GME borrow rate 1.61. And Fidelity borrow rate up. Siri not doing anything. My RSS notifying that XRT was off reg show got removed by the mods, telling me I should put it in the daily thread. Yeah, they're idiots. They'd much rather like circle jerk themselves about how many shares they've DRS'd 5,000 times a week than discuss any real data pertaining to the stock. Made $112 today. Please ignore my negative 11K P&L for the week. Yeah, but you were up like 11K the week before that, right? So you're just kind of having a shitty flat month. Also, stop over leveraging. It's a bad habit. No. Less on the line, less to lose. Less to gain too, though. But what's the rush? Your retirement's making 5% a year. If you could yield, 0.5% on $10,000 a week, you'd be beating the entirety of your retirement account year over year. I'll buy some Jimmy at like $10. How the fuck is the Mag 7 up so much already? Well, they didn't want retail to hop on board the gravy train, so it took off in the pre-market. No, yeah, a lot of them just pumped in the pre-market. I'm still confused how anything's going up right now, given the fact that durable orders came in down like almost 100%. It's cool, guys. The economy's gonna do so great with nobody buying anything. I bought this 4575 0 DT as, yeah, maybe this could protect me. Here we are. I mean, straddles are cheap as fuck. I mean, really, really fucking stupid cheap. No, we should probably find a little resistance around 65 here. I think we could end up kind of stuck around 65 until the Michigan report comes out at least. No, we're not quite at the bull signal yet. I guess we are. Just about. Testing it. And testing the upside trend. So yeah, probably some resistance around here. Jesus fucking Christ. 22 BPS opening candle. Awesome. Alright, so Russell, NASDAQ up. Dow's not down, but it's not up much. Yes, it's up 60. Oil's down 4%, but the dollar's up and yields are down. Sure. Soft goods are obviously way better than durable goods. They're a type of good. If I leverage everything into 0 GTE, 4565 Ps, will I be a billionaire? Uh, Probably not. What's everything? How much are we talking? Tesla's the chosen market dunce for today. You know, it didn't look hot last night, but it still needs to drop a lot more before it gives any kind of bear signal. So there's really not much to do with it. In other news, everybody who bought calls and puts on NVIDIA is waking up fucked today. And this is why you use debit spreads for earnings. Because you wake up less fucked. If you have to hedge. Otherwise, just stay away from earnings. Oh, goody. Apple's at 192.65. Hmm. All right. Yeah. So this is some resistance. Can you go over how you handle Vega plays a little? I mean, I wouldn't say I do a lot of management of them. I just kind of wait till VIX is really low and then buy some SPX that's moderately out of the money and has a lot of theta. Butterflies printed though yesterday. Butterflies were awesome yesterday. My call had just paid off my loss on my puts. Thank God. That's what they're there for. Not me. I bought a short call butterfly. Sold? Sold or bought? How high can this realistically go? 6,000? It'll be difficult, but yeah. Not 4,600, sorry. 4,600. I'm just looking at the OI on something else. 4,600. interest above. So testing 45.75, there's going to be resistance from like 60.65 up. After 45.75, there's resistance from 90 to 4600. How low can VIX go is the real question. Yeah, they're doing that thing where they run out of VIX to short. You just broke everyone with that slip. It was good for them. I was looking at the OI on one of the strikes. And frankly, the second digit on SPX is changing far too frequently. Window addressing 100% to the end of until year end, every dip will be bought. Not necessarily until the end of the year. This report isn't going to make or break the day, though, is it? The fucking report was terrible. Michigan could definitely cause us to pull back if inflation expectations are still high and consumer sentiment is down. Nvidia makes record profit and they go down for once. Well, their guidance lowered, right? I mean, technically. Like they're projecting more revenue, but the rate of increase in revenue next quarter is lower. And it's pretty obvious that China's gonna fuck them in quarter 4, right? Although I'd still like to know where the $7.4 billion in sales that can't be completed to China are going to be removed from their yearly revenue. How high can Airbnb go? It looks like an inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour. No, it doesn't. You mean out to like October 23rd? Is that what you're talking about? If it was an inverse head and shoulders, it would have broken out on the shoulder. It doesn't just, it's not like an inverse head and shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. You can't just keep having shoulders and then be like, okay, this is still an inverse head and shoulders. What time is Michigan? 10. So 12 minutes. I mentioned earlier this week, NVIDIA was repackaging the H100s to ship to China. Wouldn't this be a reportable thing to the SEC? It has nothing to do with the SEC. That's the executive branch and commerce. FCC won't let me be. Let me be me. No, it's not the FCC. Ken Griffin is using GameStop algo on NVIDIA. The stock will be at $12 by next week. No, it won't. What if the first one wasn't a shoulder, but instead like a buff guy who has huge traps that look like small shoulders above their shoulders? All right. Actually at 49.65, 59.65. Yeah. The repackage is compliant with the China ban. No, it's not actually. The H200 chip is not produced. Supposedly, it's not produced. It's still in development, and they're not certain that it is going to be compliant or not yet. Apparently, the performance restriction was a big fucking problem. I want to report super stock to the SEC for trying to force shareholders to DRS through tactics like cyberbullying. SCX going to new all-time highs in 2024. 5,000 on the menu because companies have adjusted to higher rates and weathered the economic storm. No. Companies just haven't had to borrow any money yet. Some have. They've all gone bankrupt, but my company put on its economic raincoat. This bullish breakout's looking less bullish. Is it going to be a wild ride? Ooh. Lots of profit taking, Dork. That's not going to go on the money today, right? Just fucking... maybe I'll sell it for more later. Ooh, that is cheap. Futures got rejected. Pretty hard. Huh. I like that. Very hard. Fill the gap. Let's go. Dirk, the Bulls are rugging themselves. Jesus fucking Christ, that wick. Holy shit. Sentiment's not even out yet. This is mostly just call side profit taking. There's a little bit of put buying, but not a ton. Looking pretty good for a gap fill right now. We got some nice momentum. Should be able to push through 44, 45, 50. You can do it. No daily. No, I woke up a bit late and I had to run an errand this morning. So gap fill, not gap. We're not gap somewhere. Gap fill, Maeve. So if we don't break GM soonish, then December Jan flows will carry us to Tom Lee's new bull market. GN? Oh, okay. No. I think the longer we spend above GN without any kind of mean reversion, the higher the likelihood of mean reversion becomes. Okay, so they bought the dip, and we got 2 minutes till the report. I'll pull the stop back on this a bit. Lock that in. We don't get wicked out, and then I don't think it's going to crash the market, but it could pull us back down to like 45.25. Which would be cool. Plus 450, not over leveraging is fun. Yeah. Time to pull port since I've had 3 good trades in a row. You're a son of a bitch, popcorn trader. Michigan consumer sentiment is out. Let's see what this shit looks like. 5-year inflation expectations the same. Consumer expectations are down. Current conditions are up. Current inflation expectations are up. Oof. Uh, consumer sentiments up 0.1. I think the near-term inflation expectations being up might not be so hot, but technically consumer confidence has risen a little bit. I think the momentum kind of favors the Bears here, so even though the report's mixed, we may get the gap fill anyway, just because bulls are already regging themselves. I'd love to meet one of these consumers that have better confidence. You're not alone. Um, a lot of call buying right before this report came out and got blown up, so MM's gonna go long Vega here. How bullish is it if we don't fill the gap here? Kind of bullish. What I want to know is why the CEO of VIX won't buy back any shares. Excellent question. When do we pivot from the inflation narrative to the no one has any money because of past inflation narrative? We're getting there. I think we're actually pretty close to that. That'll be driven by unemployment going up because that'll freak people out because then no more new money is coming in and all that wage growth won't matter. $700 on the day? I should go to bed. See, you're almost 1/11th of the way back to what you lost last week. And the month isn't even over yet. Nice, Dork. Well done, man. This one SPX 4540 is solely responsible for refilling my cash account right now. I have 50s from the straddle on Tuesday. Monday? Monday. Stop finding support, you little bitch. Where's futures? This shouldn't even be a fucking support. $6,000 gang rise up. This better be the crash I dreamed of. No, this is a sell-off because we pumped too hard into market open. This is definitely not a crash. Crashes don't get stuck on a few thousand contracts at 45.45. I'm gonna need this to hit 45.30, Dork. Perfect. Godspeed. Just gotta fill this gap on VIX, right? That ES volume? Shit. It's quite a lot, actually. ES lost 45.60, so the resistance is breaking down. I don't really think there's any decent support until we get down to 45.50. Back to 45.36 and chop. That'd be awesome. Then I can sell condors again. I know it's early, but just listen. 4,500 test. You're gonna blow up your account if we don't hit 4,500, aren't you? Yes. Son of a bitch. Uh, riddle me this, Pickler. Why market go up and down? Well, it went up because a lot of calls were bought this morning on really, really, really bad consumer durable sales. And then the market went down because bulls rugged themselves. Too many calls, all in the money at open. Everyone got scared. All the CTA guys you hate that I read have ES 4556 as a must hold for more upside for a couple days now. Good luck so far over here. Dude, CTAs are so tapped out right now. They're all like net neutral in their positioning. They're not. They're definitely not going to be responsible for any upside flows unless we sit here for a week. Has anybody tried Fidelity's trading dashboard? Still leaves some room to be desired, but it's 10 times, a million times better than their website and ATP. Is that like the browser, the browser-based trading platform? I've fucked around with that. It's also kind of shitty though. Did you just buy a December 4000p, Dork? Teehee, oopsies. You're supposed to be in charge of risk. Oh, unbelievable. It's a 23 DTE Vega play. It's all house money, whatever that means. It's just money you've made. Oh shit. I didn't get stopped out? What? There it goes. Alright. That was fun. All my money is house money because I put my house up as collateral. Oh boy. The gang risks on. Tesla's a buck from yesterday's low. I'm up 120% on a put scalp. Nice, dude. Whoops, lost $40. God damn it. When SPX Black Friday sale? The day after tomorrow? Is the UK cutting taxes and expected growth bullish? I don't know. Out of the put leg of my straddle for a solid profit. Nice. Would you hold the call leg open or just close it from for some additional gains here? 0 DTE. Well, we found a little support here, so there's still some chance that we bounce back up. There's also a slight chance that we just fail. You could set like a stop on it. That way, if we fail, you cut it and you make your money. Did you open a straddle at like market open? Because if you opened a straddle last night, you should be out of the call side, not the put side. So I'm gonna assume you opened a straddle at market open. Okay, so you opened it this morning. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you would probably set a stop, right? Like, we had the failure, so your put side print, and then you would set a stop on your call side so it can't go any lower. And then if we bounce, your call side will print. And if we fail, you'll get stopped out of it, and you'll net off the rest of the exposure. So put profit taking's helping with the resistance here. I don't know if it's gonna shoot us back up, but we'll probably get a little bounce. There seems to be some stability here. Upside call positioning is trimmed significantly, though. And total interest above 45.60 is pretty slim. Let me look out on the further dated expiration. Yeah, so a bunch of the out of the money call interest trimmed down. I still think there's a chance that we could pull back to like 45.25 today. But 50 is a big resistance, so we're hung up on it right now. If they pump it a little, we might go above it again. Yes, 45.66. 56 was resistance on my charts. There's not a ton of resistance at that level. It's not like a major support. We probably won't stay here for a long time. But there, yeah, from back in like September, I think it was like September's peak, right? Yeah. So back in September, that was like kind of the top of the chain. Now that position, like the 50 position, is kind of neutral. It's pretty split between buy and sell side. So 55 buy. The fuck? That's weird. Any opinion on Upstart price action? It seems to have withstood the SPX ups this morning very well. Upstart doesn't look particularly good, and Nvidia's falling off a cliff, so that's also not good for Upstart. Yeah, 2350s or 2335s resistance here. It's pretty close to failing that. After that, the next downside resistance is like 2050. So Tesla's getting very close to my entry. Interestingly, Airbnb hasn't pulled back. Apple. Ooh. So I kind of like the failure on Apple here. Might do something with that. Hmm. 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 Wait there, and then so I'd probably wait on SPX for another short entry. Let's see. Looks like we've got a little bit of a turnaround in momentum. Yep. Yep. Here, Dork. I think we got about like an hour of upside or so here. Oh, also look at this. It could be shorter. But at least like 30 minutes or something. Oh, nothing but 50 bip down candles on the 1 minute. We're bouncing a little. Yeah, so we've got some room for the upside over the next like I don't know if it's going to be a lot of upside, but it could kind of be like bounce and chop over the next half hour or so. And then we'll see how things reposition. But I would say 60, maybe 65. Or we get the fuck rejected out of us because fuck the bulls. Mm, okay. We could, yeah. But probably not. Like holding 50 here is pretty bullish. So I think 55, 60, maybe 65. Probably not 65, but 60, and then we could get a rejection. So lower high. We have to like if we have to survive the like underwater bulls getting back to break even. And if we do, we'll go up more, right? Do you think Upstart will see sub 13 again? I still want to build a position on it, but I don't want to buy above 20. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if it doesn't, then I'm just not going to buy it. But I do think that the tighter, I think credit environments are going to tighten. I think they're going to tighten a lot. And that's bad for them. This is very, very simply. And the money bears still in? No, most of the profit taking on the bear side's done. Like 55, 60, 65 fell off pretty hard. Like we had a put side delta went from like 70k and now it's at it was positive 70k, now it's at negative 42,000. Worse will be out of the money puts closing at like 50, 45, 40. The fat kid from Willy Wonka? Wow, popcorn. That hurts. I'm never doing your running again. I'm not talking about SPX. NVIDIA? Yeah, NVIDIA still looks like a bag of shit. But 75 should have some support. Fed futures would disagree. We're cutting. Fed futures moved the cut yesterday. They moved it back out. So now it's back to where it was before the FOMC meeting and all of the subsequent bullishness. Which pushed term premium higher. And now yields are up again on the day, right? And the dollar's rocketing. Dixie's already back over 104. And USD JPY is almost at 150. Yeah, I know we're $400 higher. It's almost like the cut shouldn't have been moved forward to May, and it should have just stayed in June because the Fed didn't change their narrative at all. Bullshit. Well, yeah. People who sold 500C are buying them back. They have no delta, so it's not doing shit. I'm gonna close my spreads on the video, I think. Soon. Way too much theta on those. I feel like we aren't going to see a pullback to 44.50. If we don't, and the pumpers can just hold us here and just until December 18th, does that imply they will close the entire position before the Japanese news? Bro, whatever they were closing, they stopped. They stopped yesterday. They are leaning into it hard right now. From yesterday's low, USD JPY is up like 169 basis points. Yeah, no worries, man. Oh, nice. Does that mean no more going to Greece? I have another one in Thessaloniki that I ain't selling. Okay. Why not Cyprus? So you can get a sweet tax dodge. It's almost like there's been a ton of price action on stuff that happened and then reversed. See rate cut expectations and Sam Altman. Yeah. Also, I mean, why the fuck are indexes moving based on where Sam Altman is working? Like if that doesn't speak volumes about us being in a fucking bubble, I don't know what does. At least we aren't chopping like yesterday. I mean, things will get choppier, but no, right now we're kind of swinging around. What's up, Jason? Is the XRT removal from Reg Show showing any impacts yet? No, not really. I think Jimmy may have seen some share borrowing today, and that's kept things in check. Tips are closer, but they haven't converged. So no covering yet. If XRT's removed today. Okay, so let's see. Thanksgiving's tomorrow, half day Friday, but Friday, I don't think Friday has bank settlement. So if they cash settled the exposure on XRT yesterday, then T5. So, well, it should be three, right? It should be 3 business days, but we don't have another business day. Mm, next, it could be next Tuesday. The holiday really fucks with that. I'm not sure where the ACH lands. If I got exposure to GME, I'd probably get some theta. That way I had enough to hold out through earnings. Earnings probably won't be terrible for this quarter. I don't think they're going to be great, but they shouldn't be terrible. Maybe positive EPS, although I feel like that's kind of a stretch. I created a bunch of shares on XRT. Reported float went from 7 mil to 9 mil today. All right. But then they pulled it off of Reg Show, right? So Highlight of the week was making $500 on selling $3 Fubo in the money CCs. I'm evolving into a beautiful butterfly. I've sold a lot of Fubo CCs. It's kind of convenient how they managed to get a holiday mixed up in the XRT situation, isn't it? It always is. It's almost like they plan this shit. Like there's teams of people involved whose sole job it is to extend exposure as long as feasibly possible in order to maximize profitability. Goodies. Oh, nice penis. All right. Yeah. So I mean, that kind of still looks like what I expected, right? It's getting kind of spicy. It'd be a lot spicier if we tested 65. Yeah, I agree. I think the question though is where's the rejection gonna be, right? It could be here. It could be at like 65. I think I'll just wait on that. Probably here or 65. I like that we're on the same page. When UVXY gets off reg show, will they be able to short it as easily, or should the price go up? I don't think it's going to have a lot of effect on the price. I also don't think UVXY is coming off reg show anytime soon. Volatility is about the most shorted it's been since, well, since Volmageddon, which was the peak of volatility shorting. Why is Meta pumping so freaking much? I don't know, but Zuckerberg's been selling like 28,000 shares every day for like a month now. Don't fucking tell me to mark your words. I've been focusing on career the last couple months, and I've been keeping up with the market news. What's up, Lionzilla? That happens. Do you mind explaining briefly what caused the November bull run? Thanks. Happy Thanksgiving. So there's a number of factors. There was a change the night before the run began in Japanese YCC policy. The day the run began, Yellen reduced the amount of duration that she planned on selling in the Treasury's forecast for the next fiscal quarter. And JPOW had like an old man moment when trying to describe the Fed's position to the press. I'm not marking anybody's words. I don't. What do you guys think? I have like a spreadsheet of everyone's mark my words statements. You know what insider selling means? All time high incoming. Well, this is I mean, this is generally how this goes, right, is you initiate share buybacks, right, and then everyone files their Form 4s, and you pump up the stock, and all the insiders sell off. Yes, the file is named ban list. I hope this next year for you is amazing. Mark my words. This year's been pretty okay. It's definitely not as good as 2022 was, but that's going to be a hard one to beat. Is it time for CCs on T, or can it run some more? It could. Utilities have been doing well. I mean, you probably don't want to go too close to the money, frankly. Ooh, my Verizon's up. Nice. But yeah, I mean, utilities are defensive, and if anything looks shaky, people are gonna flock to them. So be careful, you know. Don't sell it so far out of the money you can't get out of it, or you're not okay with assignment. Don't forget that like any additional yield you're getting on T is just, you know, it's already got a pretty fat dividend. So, you know, you're really squeezing the margins there for that extra yield anyway. So I don't think there's a reason to take a lot of risk getting it. And CCs will be better after price improvement anyway. Like not that long ago, T was back above like $18, and CCs were way better up there. Down here, they kind of suck, and it's probably better to wait out like the longer term recovery. It looks good, right? It's got solid accumulation. It's probably gonna go back up. Cash flows have been on point, and CEOs kind of getting shit on track. So, also, what, just under 7% yield right now? Just a few more bucks. Come on, Bulls. You know you suck. Just give it up. Spike Vega 5,000%. So I think the most interesting thing about where we're at right now in the market, Dork, is that the market maker on the weekly contract is long Vega. And that's pretty rare, right? We didn't really talk about this a lot back in June because it only happened for like a couple days, right? And everything was just running headfirst into Gamma Max. But like the market, so if the market maker's positive, like they have positive Vega exposure, which is pretty rare on an index, right? Then they're encouraged to shift from being net short options to net long options, right? And I wonder how much more impactful that is versus like the delta hedge, right? Especially with like overall Vega exposure being so high. They'd be long, well, they'd be long either, right? But just long Vega, but probably puts. I mean, there's so much put selling, right? That the MM is becoming like the net weight of their book is becoming long puts. It's not counterintuitive to being above GM. It's a different. I mean, it's a different exposure, right? How does the MM factor in the macro environment? I mean, they price everything based off a risk-free rate, right? So mostly that. The Michigan data was mixed. Slightly better confidence, but slightly worse. Hold on one second. Slightly worse inflation expectations. Hmm. Indeed, indeed. Navy Nuke made a month's salary on that reversal from 45.45 to 60. I'm starting to feel the itch to pigeon whale. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much, dude. There's nothing like shitting on the pores. How does an MM factor in the macro environment? Oh, okay. How are we doing? Close to a breakdown, but not quite there yet. I'm getting kind of bearish though. You know what? Yeah. I'm just gonna not get a fill. That's what's gonna happen. That's kind of all I'm willing to pay for that. Is that a problem? One second. Guanc, I over leveraged into what? Would you still describe this trading environment as extremely difficult? Yeah, it's absurd. I realized vol is higher than IV. Shit's completely crazy. Good morning, crypto. God, if this breaks down, it's going to be so bearish. You know it'll be really bearish if the market maker fills me on this fucking put. I think I may have priced it a little too cheaply for the gap fill, though. So I think we get like a downward consolidation, like bounce before the breakdown, but we might just break down. Which means I gotta switch this. Yep. Happy anniversary, Gherkin. Thanks, Guitar Staff. Thanks for putting up with us. We fill in that downside gap today because I'm up because of risk management. Nice, dude. I hope so. Yeah. If we can get enough momentum here, I don't see why not. No, not crazy enough for me to take my shirt off. We're about to plummet $3, then bounce 15. No, I don't think so. I think if we lose the upside here, we've got some pretty decent range. Still a lot of like call side profit taking. And the ES rejection is really bearish, right? Yeah, this looks awful. I bought 545.50 piece for Jan, so I'm upsetty spaghetti. Stops in place. Let's ride. Why are you day trading with Jan contracts? About a 4570 DTE for 1542. Nice. Vix on where the fuck did Vix go? Oh, there it is. It's hiding. Come on, momentum. puts coming in at 50, 45, 40. Is it regarded? Maybe. Am I regarded? Possibly. Are they green? Yes. All right. Don't theta shame. I mean, it's a lot of theta for a contract that he's already put a stop on. I made 80% using stock in one day before, but for some reason it didn't feel the same as making 80% on an options trade. Am I regarded? No, I mean, the stock probably cost you a lot more money than the option. That's one of the things I don't like about trading stocks is you have to have a lot of exposure. Uh, for equivalent leverage, and I'm not a big fan of that. My stop is for an 800% loss, so I'm good. $3. December 15 and Jan, both. T2 settlement on stocks also sucks. Yeah, it does. Well, especially if you're trying to like build up an account. You know, it'd be really cool if Russell would stop fucking running. Dixie's now up 50 BPS on the day. Hmm. Tesla dead? Mm, no, I still don't like the short setup. You could scalp it, but you're gonna want tight risk. Bear pennant. Boop. Let's go that way. Brand, Crow, or the kid from Op? Crow. Looks like AMD's finally behaving like an AI competitor to NVIDIA instead of dropping down in sympathy with it. Yeah, RSP's outperforming. Tricky, tricky. Scalping futures in this environment is one of the less relaxing forms of trading I've tried. There's relaxing forms of trading? Ah, bitch. Hmm. Try to hold up 60. All the call interest below 50 is evaporated. Net delta is moving back to 0. Head and shoulders. Hmm. I read the stream title as 70 Limbs of AI and then remembered freedom units. Bear pennants aren't totally bearish. They're a little bit, but like bear flags are more bearish than bear pennants. The video already has 40 million volume. That's quite a bit. Was it 30K risk for $500 profit? Maybe. How are we looking, Dork? 2 upside gaps, 1 downside. Hmm. Trading those contracts is a lot smoother price action. I used to do that, then I realized I just need to focus on better entries. Yeah, I mean, You don't need to go that far out to get smoother price action, though. At least not for the intraday. Sometimes I think you just draw lines. So, yeah, that's pretty much what that is. I'll draw another one here in a second. How you feel about that? Yay, Dorito! I have one day trade left and a dream. Is full porting over leveraging? I forget. Yes. Make the top one thick. Give it a party hat. Here, I'll perforate the bottom one too. Because that'll make everyone's puts print, right? Bull sticking support here. Or still think dads. Alright, bulls are... we have to break 50. I don't think bulls are like building up a lot of interest or anything. There's just a lot of like interest crowded at these price points. So something's got to give, right? Either puts have to capitulate below 45.50 or bulls are going to sell more calls off. No, pumpers aren't pushing into the carry trade because the rate cut expectation got pushed back. It's probably more to do with the tips than anything else. Tips and Michigan consumer today showing higher, like tips is very telling, right? Because it says that, prime dealers are expecting inflation to continue to rise. Seems the bulls prefer to wait for a bunch of sold calls to build than just flood the chain out of nowhere to squeeze them out. Most of these bullish days have just been bam up. I mean, yeah, the problem is they're not getting a lot of sold calls right now, right? Like they've burned the bear, like they've burned the other bulls. Bulls are the ones who are selling the calls too, right? But they've burned the other bulls enough that they're getting skittish about selling calls, which makes upside liquidity worse. And unfortunately, when the market maker is selling into rising prices, you really need to buy delta to drive indexes higher. You either need to squeeze out delta or you need to buy delta. And if there's no delta to squeeze out and you're only buying 0 DTEs, it makes it very difficult to drive the market higher. And you can't really afford delta, right? Because you've already shorted VIX all the way down and puts aren't worth anything. So selling puts isn't really getting you the premium that you need in order to leverage up on delta. What's up, Jared? So I got a full port AMC or what? Ew. Are they being delisted yet? Look at a Gork's fun with tips and bips. What kind of regard burned through so much of his settled cash by playing a 15-minute jam play? I don't know who would have done something so silly. Why is that so good right now? I mean, something's gonna break, I think. Whoa. Where did that move? Your line wasn't thick enough. The line was fine. Mm, 60 is still the top of the 0 DT chain, though. I don't know if I'm going to cut anything. I'm not sure if it's just like a push to fill the gap with like really, really shitty momentum, or it's just kind of the hedge flipping on the 55. It could be, it really could be either one. Well, or we fail to fill the gap. Like the problem with this breakout is there's just not a lot of call side momentum. Like they need to buy more fucking calls if they want this to fill that gap. Otherwise the momentum's gonna break down. What's interesting is that like with the market maker positive Vega, I'm not really sure they're this as strong a buyer of the dip. Now they go back to negative Vega when we fall below 45 23. But up here, yeah, they're gonna go like long puts on upside pushes, which is weird, right? Like it's a really strange situation to be in. When does this become condor chop territory instead of still expecting a significant directional break? I don't expect a significant upside break. If we just fall flat at 45.50 and the out of the money positioning trims, then it'll become more. Right now, there's still a lot of out of the money positioning. There's a lot of puts at 50 and 45 and 40, like long puts. I mean, yeah, they're still going to contribute to price action, but they're going to be less desirable to buy. The holiday actually probably puts a little bit of pressure on the bulls because they don't want to buy the 2 DTE today, right? Because the theta decay and then the short day Friday make those like a really unattractive option to pick up. But they need delta. So they need delta and they can't buy the next day expiration, and that's problematic. And they don't have enough money to buy further out than that, right? Because VIX is too low for like the put selling to generate enough premium. And then they've also got to deal with the MM possibly going long Vega. Which is tricky too. It's they're not going long Vega a lot, but they are, right? It's just enough. I think it's more choppy 50 to 50 to 60, but with a chance to break the downside, not a lot of chance to break the upside. Like I'm not very skittish about holding my put on tests of like 45.60. If I saw more interest come into the upside, then maybe, but see, they like the whole breakout just didn't have enough momentum. Maybe they should just consider, I don't know, buying some 2D puts. I mean, buying back their 2D puts. But once you start buying back your 2D puts, you have to buy back all your 2D puts. This is so weird, man. Maybe now I'll re-enter a put. All right. That's a lot of put selling. Hmm. It hasn't quite turned down yet. That looks pretty choppy. This pizza red sauce, mozzarella, pepper jack, pepperoni, bell pepper, olive. I've become addicted to nicotine in the past week. Why? I hate they walk it up just enough to tap my stop. Oh well, profits are profits. Yeah, this kind of price action's annoying. Hmm. We'll look at QQQ. QQQ looks even weaker. Maybe QQQ leads the breakdown here. Let's see. Dollar and yields are just chopping here also. We've got 3 auctions coming up right now. Right? We have the 17, 4, and 8. Maybe that's what we're waiting on. I don't think any of those are super important. Yeah, 4 minutes. Huh. Oh, interesting. Saudi Arabia and Russia agreed to postpone the OPEC meeting that was scheduled for the 28th, I assume. Crude inventories picked up a little. Okay, so 4-week auction. Bid to cover 2.58. US sells 86 billion. Awards 1.85% of bids at high. High rate 5.3. What was the opening rate for the 4-week? Ooh, interesting. There's a tail on the. There's a tail on the 1-month bond. No, that's the 1 year. Sorry. 1 1 month. There we go. Look at tiny. Like a tiny tail. Everything just kind of flattening out there. Ow. Korean barbecue today? It's too early for a meat hangover. Can't believe that Nvidia had to shed a $10 billion market cap to cover the AMC FTDs. Next week, Treasury selling 54 billion of the 2-year, 55 billion of the 5-year, and 39 billion of the 7-year. The weekly bills, they're going to do 75 billion of the 13, 68 billion of the 26, 44 billion of the 52. So we got the 4-week auctions and 17 and 8 still haven't printed yet. Maybe 65. Same as the last little Humpty. Yeah, nothing's really changed there. Hmm. Be cool to see some red boys soon. Yeah, it's not looking as good. I don't like being here, but I mean, everything's still kind of flat as far as intraday interest. They bought some calls here on the pump, but mostly just at the money. Here's what I don't like. If this... Oh, you piece of shit. That's irrelevant. But if this stabilizes... again, we might get more out of the money call buying. So, like, fill the gap, and then if it doesn't fail, we might push up to, like, 60 on the next move. 60 or 65. Down 8K on 44.90, 449, 450, 456 puts. Jesus, that's a lot of fucking spy puts. How are you down on the 456s though? Aren't those in the money? Oh, you bought them. You bought in the money puts. Was the market pumping because I accidentally bought double the quantity of figs I needed for fig and goat cheese dip? Seems like we're just barely holding the uptrend. Yeah, it's still really tricky. No one's coming in and buying Delta, right? Like Delta needs to be bought in order to move this up higher. They'll probably buy here at the dip, like the gap fill. check PBR. What's it doing? Ooh, nice. They announced some like infrastructure shit like a couple weeks ago. Dividend was today, so I think dividend's today, right? Ooh. You know I own PBR. Like a lot of it. I bought it back during like the presidential elections. I don't think I'm ever gonna sell it. The dividends are insane. I've gotten like almost half, actually a little more. I think a little more than half my cost basis back on the dividends alone. I bought it when it was like $5. That drink is disgusting. Which one? Oh, Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's Petroleo Brasileiro something. It's Brazil's like state run or partially state owned oil company. Someone else in here owns a bunch of PBR too. I forget who it is. Is it Shawarma? Or is it Sisyphus? No, not you. I remember like everyone was freaking out towards the end of last year because they thought that the left government was gonna um push a bunch of sanctions on PBR and have them cut the dividend. Except the Brazilian government owns a shitload of PBR and they collect that dividend. It's me. I like to keep the fridge full at all times. Here comes the 45.65 push. I think those 3 green candles were the push. Just kidding. PBR is garbage. Only time I'll drink it is the last day of ski season. All beer is garbage. It's just bread soda. You have to drink so much liquid to get drunk. It's unsettling. Here we go. Go for it again. Yeah, the theta decay is worse than the price action. They're going to fall down later in the day to keep crushing RV? Maybe. No. RV's back under IV now. Like 30-day realized vol is now at 11.9. IV's at 12.9. But if RV keeps dropping, then IV should be going up. That's how you pound triple IPAs like a real man. Okay, you drink a triple IPA, and I'll drink a can full of whiskey. And we'll see who gets drunk faster, Dork. Don't make me. Triple IPAs are illegal where you're from. Eggplant parm is just bitter fruit drenched in spoiled cow byproduct. What? And baby chicken fetus. And bread. I like the stream. Can you make it fall now? No. Unfortunately not. Quit ruining all the food. Is that how you wake up with memory loss without your pants at your ex's? My pants were there, they just weren't on, Grim 2. Are they gonna make me re-enter Pooty Toots? June Tooty Poots? I thought you were out of settled cash. I like how I snuck bips into my super chat last night. Dirk didn't know what to do. I think he just didn't see it because he was busy being high and angry at Jensen. God, this market's such a sack of shit. What happened to the gap? Did that fill on that candle? Oh, it did. Holy shit. They really snuck that one in there. What's the name of this TA pattern? I'm not sure it has one, Dork. Gap over this price? Yeah, basically. Fucking idiot bulls suck at this. They have to gap over all the resistances. Otherwise they can't break them. We've gapped over every major resistance on the entire way up here. Is 4550 becoming as strong as 4500? No, no. Excuse me. Fear? Uncertainty? Who are you yelling at? Look at me. I'm the diamond top now. Right when you typed that, everyone scalped the arbitrage on it. Thunder. Good job. Do we really only have like $40 to the upside? Today, I'm not sure we have $3 more to the upside. But they're really trying to get it. They're buying the fuck out of the resistance, right? There's definitely a bid on the downside still. But they're not generating any momentum, so I'm not really sure what the end game is. Pornhub was timed out. He asked me to, Gork. All right. Ooh, nice turd. I'm starting to think my 4500s for today are going to expire worthless. Really? You just started to think that? He will with that attitude. There's like no volume in futures at all right now. Another rejection. There's this piece of shit would just fail already. I haven't entered anything today. When is it time for entering some puts? Price action's pretty fucking boring right now. I'm kind of waiting to see if momentum reverses here and we fail this fucking consolidation. Could be a little while though. It's one of those trading days. Well, so there's like not a lot of range to the upside, but we're pushed right up against the top of it, right? There's maybe like another $8 of upside on the chain. But like no one's really selling calls because they don't want to get squeezed out, and then bulls can't afford to buy any delta, and the market maker's buying puts, so the whole thing's just a shit show. Best to stay out almost. How many trading days until our chop range on SPX is just $1? We're getting there. It's Thanksgiving week too, so like volume's gonna be pretty low. We're trading in a $1 price range and we're leaving gaps. This shit's so illiquid. Just let volatility rise. Give up, bulls. How dangerous could it be to let it dump a little? I'm sure you can catch the falling knife again. I hate WeBull. Stop taunting them. I have puts. I want them to blow out their fucking call interest. Dixie above 104. Bulls don't care. Nope. That was like a little bit of volume on a yes. Not a lot, but a little. If it's gapped up a tick, market borked, crash confirmed. Did you stop watching futures on the 1 minute or the 30-second, Dork? You're watching it on the 1 tick. Gross. How high can they push? Kind of there. Turns out it did have $3 of upside. No, it had 8. 3 or 8. They could still push for 65. Call interest is picking up. Not a ton, but a little. I'm still buying puts though. It's the time of year when everyone from New York goes to visit their lesser families members like Gaff in New Jersey, or people that live in the Midwest. I don't think I'm going anywhere this year. It's all just the shitty desk traders stuck in their office while all the execs are off visiting their families. I waited 90 minutes to try to get an entry, and I entered 3 minutes before this move. I love this game. Did weekly GM move all the way to 45.85? Yeah. Hmm. Is there a way to measure the rate that market liquidity is dropping? Yeah, a couple ways. The 10-year yield. Yeah, don't tell me. I'm gonna try and find out from my own learning. All right. So very low volume today, Friday. Will it be super easy for bulls to continue levitating SPX and forcing CTAs to minimally be buying? I don't really think CTAs are driving a lot of price action right now. I don't think they're gonna be buying minimally either. I think they're just not gonna buy unless we stay here, like we establish a strong foothold here over a period of time. It's gonna touch 65 and fail hard. I think there's one more upside gap, right? Oh no, there isn't. Yeah, we filled that already. Oh, that's like, yeah, it's kind of like right where we're trading. Yeah, I guess we could. I mean, that's the next strike. Does not have as much interest as 60 though. As long as there's no profit taking on the call side, then yeah, we could. But there's already a little bit. Well, that might keep us from testing 65, especially if it picks up. Like if call selling picks up, then it's gonna probably have a negative effect. Ugh. When VIX under 1268, because that's a new year low. Is it? Yep. We're getting close. We're still not under the low from like July and June yet. But we're close to those. That would be very overextended. Well, I wanted to add correlation. Do, do, do. Jesus. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Nothing. I don't have any plans. Any chance of testing a new high here? They need to buy more calls. Probably not. I still think 65 is going to be kind of tough. And that's what they're targeting right now. 70, 75, they're going to have to start squeezing out calls. And their momentum's still really shitty. No, take horrific. I said there was $3 or $8 of upside. I didn't say there was $3 of upside. It was 3 or 8. This isn't quite 8 yet. It's close. Damn it, Gork. What is it, Doric? I want to say it's overextended, but there's been a few times it just kept going up. Yeah. I think the cool thing there, though, is that... Well, no. That's not really that cool. I'll be really happy if they fail to hit 65. We could see them take profits on calls. They're not the only call holders. Actually, should be 100% correct 100% of the time. Well, I'm not incorrect until we break above 65. Then it's a problem. Come on, futures, dump this shit. The penis rocketing NVIDIA to get their attendees. There's some future sellers at 45.75. Dump it. I just gotta do a large chunk of 45.60 puts around 63.50. I really want this drop back to 55 for some big gains. Nice. Want to see something funny? Sure. Are they what, them buying the dip? That's awesome. That updates daily, right? That's from yesterday. Looks like a healthy spread. The credit markets are sound and resilient, Doric. Why doesn't JPow ever talk about the credit market resiliency? How long is holiday deferrals? I don't know. I don't want to go dig through all that shit again. A little bit of profit taking, yeah. They're still kind of trying to. They're still kind of trying to buy the dip, though. Let's see if QQQ pushes back through VWAP. That was a nice drop. It could definitely continue. I would prefer that. Might still have another leg up. Back to 60, maybe? Shorten the fuck out of vol. Mix is lower now than it was before the drop. Nice, tankerific. OPEC cutting production. So SPX assuming the role of drilling. OPEC delayed their meeting today. The market may go down in an elevator, but it goes up on several child-sized overclocked escalators. Warren Buffett. Yeah, I like that. Let's have that continue, Dirk. FF's another one of these. Happy Thanksgiving, Giuseppe. And please make it keep going down since I got some bull put spreads. XO. Wait, why do you want it to go down? Stackout calling the top. Yeah, we didn't hit 65. That was cool. 4-day ceasefire hostage release. There were bear put spreads. Oh, okay. Four-day ceasefire. War over. Defense contractors down. Bye-bye Dow. Didn't the U.S. just like AC 130 like Iraqi installments yesterday? Like, here's why are we trying to start shit? I thought those were in Syria. They were acting in self-defense, Gork. There's nothing defensive about an AC 130. There was also stuff in Syria. We're just over there like, the rest of the Middle East really isn't getting embroiled enough in this conflict. Let's go bomb some stuff. Treat yourself. Go buy 1.57 pounds of turkey. Is turkey that cheap? What about inflation? Thank you, Cobra. I'm gonna go butt 1.1.5 pounds of turkey. Not true. Those 130 gunships have flares on them. That's defensive. That's just because they cost like $200 million and they don't want to get shot down. Non-organic? I'm not buying your poor chemical turkey. Do these people buying fucking calls at like 45.75 think they're gonna print? All turkey's bad. That's the correct answer. AC 130s are nuts. Fine. Happy free range organic turkey genocide day to you, you fancy rich hipster. I'm not gonna eat any fucking turkey. I love that NQ can bounce around in both directions 30 points in 5 minutes in a 1282 VIX environment. NQ has its own volatility index, which is much higher than VIX. My brother recounted on times where he's gotten support from them. Yeah, you just like pointed a thing and then it disappears. You just pull out your little laser pen and then it poof. Just imagine a 70mm howitzer strapped to the side of an airplane. When are you gonna stream with a Gucci bathrobe on? I could. Forget the turkey, have a whiskey. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much, Grackle. I appreciate it, man. Happy Thanksgiving, dude. Why is the dollar being shorted? Militarized Turkey? No. What implies you have a Gucci bathrobe? I might. Okay, now we want to fail here. Sorry guys, it's a 105mm cannon.
It's like 105 and then like some like 70s too, right? It's got a bunch of them. Does it have lightsabers? Probably not. Well, I'd like to fail to 4550. That's that's my dream. You know what? It doesn't even have to go to 4550. I'd be okay with futures just failing back to the test of 4560 and then failing to 4550. I hate these all day bear flags. It's such bullshit. It's like, we lost all our money in the morning. Let's pump it and try to get it back. Who's Lizzo? Gross. I don't like that name. Feeling 4350 because I have a bear spread there still. No. Also, why? Those Alta ski areas are trying the last remaining howitzer they've used for years to trigger avalanches. Huh. No, I've never. I don't know who she is. Oh, fuck. Let's go. Dump it. No. Dump it. Ah. Stupid. Stupid dip buying bulls. I hate it more than you do. No, hyperinflation looks like the market at 6,000. We're so far away from hyperinflation. I don't think that's really a concern right now. Take a look at GBP USD. Down quite a bit. Do you have any calls to protect the upside? I did this morning, and then I closed them. Although, frankly, I don't have a lot to protect. I don't really have that much positioning right now. I have like most of my money's in like Vega positions, and those aren't. I'm not really worried about those. I have months. What's lower, VIX or Carl's T? I don't think this is gonna tank, right? But we could get under 44.50 today if everything lines up just right. $45.50, sorry. $45.50. I'm sorry, the $100 level changes every other day. Start focusing on your numbers. Whatever. No 6,000 today. Hey man, I got a jet early today. Happy Thanksgiving. You too, man. I'll resume calling you regularly handsome on Friday. Cheers, man. Cheers, dude. Are we breaking? A little bit. Momentum's starting to shift a little more favorably to the bear side. But we're not quite there yet. We're gonna need some call side capitulation, which we're not getting a ton of. If we keep dropping here, then we might start to get some on the 45.60s. And then we'll see if like profits get taken off the 55 and the 50 as well as they lose value. No, they're not particularly related. The problem with IWM is it keeps chopping back and forth, but like from below delta gamma neutral to above it. So just not enough bearish positioning on it yet. Scalped another 200, 1,700 green. Yay. Look at you. You can do it, popcorn trader. I mean, in 3 years, you've already learned to read and stop buying far out of the money calls. Six more years from now, you might even be like a consistently profitable trader month over month. Dork. I like this. When are calls gonna capitulate though? Why is nobody selling their fucking calls? They're just like, it's cool, we'll eat the loss. The fucking behavior in the markets nowadays is so weird. They're idiots. I mean, it's really dumb, right? But they're fucking zero DTEs that just went from in the money to way the fuck out of the money. Institutional traders holding calls. They're just hedging their zero DTE calls by selling zero DTE puts. We finally broke the trend on futures. Made IWM and ABMB print hard for you. Me too, please. Happy Thanksgiving, Thunder. I'll see you later, man. Yield spiked a little bit on the dump. Spent another 3K. That's 6K in 2 trades. Nice, man. With about 30 minutes of work. What a glorious day. Thanks for everything. You're without a doubt my favorite guy named Gherkin. Thanks, Tankerific. Well done, man. My stop is 45.59.50. You hear that, bulls? Hmm. How many puts are some people buying? I don't know. How is Core 1M up, but VIX down? What do? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's moved up quite a bit today too. Not just a little bit. Core 3 month is up today. Explains society's need for us to wear pants. Dicks are gross looking. Thanks, everyone. Let's not talk about the longer dated pits I mismanaged the last month that lost me 25K. Can't change the past, Tankerific. Guank, give me the next 20 minutes of price action, please, before I go off to war. Is that even contracting? I don't know. They're still trying to stabilize this, but I think we could keep slipping. 55's not a very big deal, but falling back to 50 could be bad because if we slip 50, they lose a lot of the control in this range. I'm sure they'll just keep buying like in the money calls to prevent that from happening, but there's some risk, right, with momentum picking up. Don't send Nvidia now that earnings are over. Thanks. I think maybe Nvidia investor confidence is shaken a little. There's gonna be institutionally there's gonna be a lot of questions about the $7.5 billion in revenue that's getting wiped out and not being talked about. On the retail side, I mean, if I was managing a fund portfolio, I wouldn't really like the idea of Nvidia getting into a trade war with the U.S. government. You can't change the past, but you can have a hard time explaining to my wife $36,000 I lost, and how that's really good for our taxes. How do you guys end up so fucking over leveraged? Like, if you've got like a few $1,000,000 port, I could see losing 30,000 on a trade. But if you have a $36,000 port, you should not be losing 36,000 on one trade. This is it, Dork. This is the critical moment. They don't lose 1,000. They don't. They lose 1,000 on 36 straight trades. Jesus Christ. How? I'm hearing this for the first time. This is new to me. I've never heard anything about this. About what? Greg, help, my port is down 69.69 on my 169.69 trade. You guys really need to like lower your allocations into shit and stop being so fucking greedy. Losing money. Damn it, Gork, we were right. I know. It's the worst, isn't it? Wait a minute. Are you saying I don't have to 100% a trade? Yeah. Be right more, please. I feel like I'm pretty frequently correct. For me, it was cashing out at the bottom and then re-entering too early around 4,400, thinking that must be the aim, then continuing to think that over and over. But like, that's it's still like overscaling. It's a really big problem in the pickle jar, and I don't know how to address it because like everybody's ports are different sizes, right? So you can't really give anybody like scaling advice or how to scale because everyone's going to scale out at different rates. But this is something that has happened more times than I can count. The market does exactly what we say it's going to do. Everybody's puts or calls print super hard, right? Either way. And then their accounts are up bigly. Then they immediately re-leverage all of the money they've made into the next assumption, right? Instead of just keeping position sizing the same, and then they're wrong, right? And everything just goes back to neutral again. The best advice I ever got was that you trade with tight stops so that your losses and gains roughly equal out. But every once in a while, you catch a runner. It's slow, but it saves downside. I gave you that advice. You're in a particularly unique situation. You have no money to leverage. You can't really take any risk. You gotta get that 8K to 800 to 30K in 2 weeks Wall Street bet screenshot. Those people are all broke 2 weeks after that screenshot. And yet I do a lot of risk. So much fucking risk. Oh, god damn it, dork. I'm at the stage where you just full port something and it immediately goes red and never comes back. I took small profits from calls on each leg up, averaged down my puts at the same time. Now the puts are green again, and I think it's coming together. Thanks, Gherkin. Well done, Jen. After some time, you open a gambling account to scratch that itch. Yeah. You just blow it up all the time and you don't care. That's not true, Ben. You full port when I'm right, too. That's why you're still here. That and your higher salary. 30% of the screenshots are Photoshop. Yeah, a lot of them are. Don't worry, my stops are at a 10% drawdown on my port. We're Gucci, fam. I just want you to stop losing that 10% of your port, dork. I found that selling credit spreads to pay for your debit spreads is not sustainable. You told me that 6 months ago, but I still found it myself. I also think PDT is really causing me to overhold things I shouldn't. PDT is actually cancer. Yeah, it forces you to overhold a lot of things. It's a big fucking problem. It slows down the pace at which you can grow an account to like a crawl. It's really awful. I hate it. And as soon as you get out of the hole, you're like, okay, I can scale, and then you don't have enough trades to scale. I don't want to be too profitable because I like coming back to the stream for plays and seeing your handsome smirk. Thanks, McChuggets. What is a stop loss? It stops losses. They're cool. They're pretty cool. My partner overheard the stream and said, "This guy knows how to say fuck properly." And I said, "That's because he's a New Yorker." It's true. That's an early part of my education. Hmm. All right. So 4450 puts are picking up. Let's maybe stop buying calls, you fucks. All right, Dork. Are we gonna live the dream, or is this gonna bounce? No, no calls have capitulated at all. The only thing that's happened is they've bought more 4450s or 4550s. Yeah, failing the bounce here is really important. If it does, though, over the next, like, 15 minutes or so, this could get pretty fucking bearish. I see the above. $45, $57.50. Mm. How's RSP? RSP finally failed its peak, but it's still up 40 BPS on the day. Come on, go for that gap fill. I really like that the MM's buying a lot of puts at 50 and 45, Dork, but I don't like that we're not falling into them. Oh, they're shorting VIX. This pre-Thanksgiving, hold the line at all costs. Gobble fucking gobble, motherfucker. Yeah, but this is the kind of bullshit that leads to like 40 BPS drops into close, right? Because they get counter leveraged across the flip point, and then they get fucked. Shh, I'm sorry. I said too much. Come on, let's ride that sweet put ramp down to 45.25. I told you 4440 puts would print. Daddy chill. I mean, if you have enough theta, probably. The question is how much theta? And how much of a drawdown do you have to sustain? Actual bullshit price action. What's the bottom of the downside gap? It's 45.39. I really don't give it. Why are they doing this, Dork? They're pushing the market maker net long puts, and it's really weird. Like, why don't they just stop selling puts for a second? If they stop selling puts, the bid disappears. Yeah, but they could just let the market drop back to where the market maker is not going to work against them, right? Maybe VIX greater than 13 means Armageddon. No, they can't. That's illegal. Like if they let it fall to 45.25, right? Then they can just let like Vega move up, right? And then push up. It'd be so much smarter. Oh, they stopped selling puts for a second. What's gonna happen? On the daily, it looks like a possible double top. It's fucking weird on the daily. It's like a inverse. We've created like an inverse island. They're trying to V it here, but none of the puts went in the money. Yeah, if they'd let it, they need to let it drop further than 45.40. But if they let it drop to like 45.30, 45.25, they could shake that long put position off of the market maker, and then they'd get a shitload of momentum to the upside. Instead, they just keep selling the more and more and more puts, pushing the market maker longer and longer puts. Hmm. They're losing the upside momentum there. And more importantly, they're losing momentum on the daily. Oh shit, dork! We're like 3 days out from crossover day. Are you ready to party hard? Is that a alligator? See, this is why popcorn traders making money, guys. It's this level of skill and technical analysis that you should aspire to. Wow. I might almost be time. He might almost be ready. The real question is, how long is the gator? That I don't know. Interesting. Has anyone shared the market hours for Friday? Markets will close at 1 p.m. Eastern. This is a good time to play the game where everyone guesses the plural version of a word. No, I don't think so. Come on, $3. Make it an all-day Head and Shoulders. Let's go. This boring price action's making my pee-pee soft. Maybe it'll get more exciting. The neckline's like 45.55 on futures, which is like 45.45 SPX. We're almost there. We're very close. It's like another dollar. Lower shoulder is really bearish. If we don't retest the high from here, draw that arrow dropping hard through the neckline. That's just greedy. And we're back. Yeah, they only had to sell the like another 10,000 puts to get us here. That's totally not going to backfire. Who even is the MM? We don't even know his name. Oh, shit. You told me you were done for the day. Oh, popcorn. Barodactyl just fired back with this. He's the superior artist chartist. That's a Charmadillo, right? Is that what legs of a trade mean? I've been doing it wrong. Oh god, I want this to dump so hard. Fix 13 is clearly the end of the world. Ooh, nat gas pumped. It's only 1 o'clock. Hmm. Isn't this a higher shoulder? No, it's the same height. Might be one tick higher on ES. Eh, like one tick higher. I've never watched an entire episode of Jersey Shore. I already drew that one, Willie. The fact that you watched it at all both angers and saddens me. Angered and saddened me too. Any thoughts on BA? Today's report wasn't good for them. Durables orders are way the fuck down. Pray for me. You need like what, VIX 14 for them to print? Is that VIX or Fubo in the top left? VIX 16 and I prompt so fucking hard. Yeah. So, I think we're still a ways away from VIX 16, but I can see it happening in the next couple of weeks. Baby shark doot 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 doot. Here we are, like 1-2 hours. You're getting way too excited, Doric. I think you've forgotten that they can still buy the dip. It's no T, just do. Watch it with the captions on. I know you know the tune of Baby Shark. I don't think I do. I've definitely heard it once, but I don't really remember it. God, they're selling the all the puts. This does not look that bullish. Stop loss hunt? Who are they going to stop? There's no one trading. I'll put it on the background for our next quant call. You don't have to do that. And it's still only 123. $45 60p is only $4. It's almost like the wants everyone to go long puts, Dork. You forgot the decimal. Nvidia back to sub 500s. Nvidia tanked hard this morning. Is it even back to 500? It recovered a lot. What's it up back? It recovered 3%. After dropping, it's about half. There's probably gonna be a lot of sold calls at 490. Well, those might squeeze out. But AMD doesn't need to sell anything to China, right? I mean, like the majority of their revenue comes from like the majority of the revenue comes from CPU sales, and there's no ban on those. How's ES volume looking on these tests? Super shitty. ES volume has been grinding down all day pretty hard. So I guess spend the rest of the day trying to keep those puts out of the money without much upside potential. Yeah, but the more they try to keep them out of the money, the more they create. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see how it works out. That's flat. Not enough for it to be an inverse head and shoulders yet. That's kind of the whole breakout. That's still an ascending head and shoulders. I don't know if we break much higher than this, though. Failed 65 again. There was a car bomb at the USA-Canada border that's just breaking right now. Okay. Did it blow up? Vix is prepping to go on Black Friday special. It's pretty fucking close. Can we just fall to 45.25 and call it a day? That'd be really cool. At least 45.40. I don't know if we'll hit 25. Like, things get more bearish on a break of 50, but there may not be enough time to hit 25 before, like, all the spreads collapse. Fitch report Americans 60 days behind on their car payments are the highest in history. Bloomberg. Oh, shit. My place is really trying to make a recession sound good. New keyword, sales are softening. That's how you get the soft landing, right? You just fall into a pile of those soft sales. They blew it up right at the crossing gate. Oh shit. Which side of the gate? Was this like US into Canada or Canada into the US? This is Canada's moment to shine. This is the most important they've been all year. All Western New York airports are shut down. Fuck these bulls. Yeah, they're pricks. This is the biggest moment Canada's had since that big guy ate that little guy on a bus in 2008. That's the bridge right at Niagara Falls. Oh shit. How's OI? Roughly the same. Like just a big pile at 50 and 60 on the call side. And 45.50 puts are increasing because they're selling them to the MM. Zero DTE delta seems to be completely unchanged with the news. No one's really doing anything right now. Although I'm not really sure the reports have hit the tape yet. Freddie Mac. Interesting. Domestic terror attack should be bad enough for us to pump to 46.50, right? Well, I mean, it is Canada. Are we dealing with like a mass casualty situation, or is it like someone blew up a firecracker in the middle of the road? Like small. A huge vehicle explosion was reported on the Rainbow Bridge connecting United States and Canada borders at Niagara Falls Wednesday, November 22nd. One person taken to the hospital, pretty much just a small explosion. Come on, Gherk, it's too soon to joke about it. Never too soon. There's only too late. Can you talk about where you think we go between now and December 15th? I mean, something's got to give here. This is ridiculous. It doesn't have to give a lot, right? Like, but it needs to fucking pull back. There's just nothing here. Now they're not getting call sellers. There's no call sellers coming in. No one wants to sell any. So there's no upside liquidity at all. Article was out 45 minutes ago. Oh. Entering US from Canada. That's an active war. Are we gonna go to war with Canada? Because I'll buy calls. Fuck yeah, I got the guns, Dad. As a US resident returning to the USA, Canada already said sorry. But easily Merc hams. Yeah, yeah. Is a war with Canada just them saying, "Oh, sorry"? I don't really know how it would play out. I mean, the car looks fucked up. Why, J Fresh? Oh God. Uh, what would you even? What would you even want us as a protectorate? We could fix your real estate market. Should have used a Cybertruck. Hmm. That would do more damage than an active war. Apple on the 5-minute is actually nauseating. Look at the barcode. Yeah, Apple didn't look like it was going to be very exciting today. I wanted to sell calls on it, but then it pumped in the pre-market. Now I'm kind of, I don't really know. If we went to war with Canada, maple syrup futures would take a major loss. Why are you long maple syrup futures? Gork, the market's deranged. Hey man, VIX is almost back at 13. All right. Well, wait. JFresh is sending me some like really fucked up cat penis pictures. Oh, it's getting worse. Nvidia, haha, made you look at that little dip. I didn't look at it. I have 4550p 0 DTs, and I'm gonna ride to Valhalla. That's what I'm doing with mine. How do you feel about 45, 60, 55 bear call spreads here? Too greedy? Sounds greedy. It is dipping. VIX is not above 13 yet, though. I'm back. What percent chance would you give your 4550p of going in the money? That's a good question. $32. No. 13. 13% chance of going in the money. No, don't like that. Lame. But if we dump 30 bips, whew, get spicy. Did you just look at the delta? That's cheating. No, the delta's like 0.16. Right? You have to take the gamma off. What percent chance do you give my 4500p for 115? 1215? I think 115's a weekend. I'm thinking about doing psychedelics this next weekend. Are you in? No, I'm definitely not. It's 115, 2024, Monday. Also a holiday. So same like weekend. 119? You have like a what, like a probably like a 30% chance of going in the money. Zero GT puts and I are impatient with this boring action. Yeah, yeah. I hear you. I just want the sweet, sweet release of the bulls fucking themselves. That's gonna be so cool. Your odds are bullish. I don't like it. The other money options are fucking dirt cheap. This is insane. How are people not just loading up on straddles? They're definitely not encouraged to sell them. They seem confident in this big drop. Oh no, not at all. But if it happens, whew, fun. I'm confident that the bulls are fucking themselves trying to keep the price up this high for no reason. Like there's no reason that they need to hold 45.60 besides like greed, or 45.50 even. They could just as easily let it drop to like 45.20, 25, and then they would have far more stable upside. There's a lot of trading going on today. If nothing happens, how long can the market continue like this? I mean, not much longer, right? You really don't go through very drawn out periods of consolidation. At least not in ranges this narrow on SPX. It's too much money sloshing around. See, the problem is that would give VIX a green candle, which would mark the end of the global economy as we know it. If they hold it into the half day, they are free and clear. No, because on the out of the money positions, charm's going to start falling off, right? I mean, it already is. That's going to push back. How about November 24 crash then, please? Unlikely on a half day. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. Are they even de-risking? No. What's up, Adam? I thought the IV is tanking so fucking hard. This is insane. Is this the last hurrah? We've created a whole other head and shoulders on the right shoulder of head and shoulders. I hope we get a negative 40 bit power hour. We're still 2 hours out from, or 2 hours out from close. We're basically at 70-week highs. No, we're not. We're still lower than we were in fucking August. Or July. Not if you trade QQQ. QQQ is not representative of the broader market. Not nearly as much as S&P. I totally thought today was the half day for most of the day. I probably shouldn't be trading. It's Friday is the half day. Ah, yes, the 70-week high. We're like 1% off the July high. I consider that basically at, but not. It's not. Basically is not the same as. The broader market, the whole world economy is based on the Mag 7. That's healthy. How spicy are we talking now that it will actually happen? If it were to happen, we could see, I think at a minimum the gap close. At a maximum, like 30 or 25. There's no vol left to short, Bob. Also, I don't really do vol plays on Pickles picks. People will fuck them up. Are they doubling down on calls here? No. They're actually taking profits on them. Slowly, but there's profit taking on them. 45, 50, and 55 calls trimmed back a little bit on the upside here. I have Jan 2025 Apple 190p, and the Delta's only 3.8. Should it be basically 1 with that much theta? That's weird. Yeah, it should be a lot higher. Jan 25? Could be a lot of selling. There's a lot of OI at that strike. I'd imagine it's probably sold. Yeah, because even the in the money put is like 0.43. Those are fucked up. It's not really that they're fucked. It's just they've just pushed themselves into like a shitty corner here. I mean, it's more just the effect of like diminishing returns, right? You can only sell vol for so long before it just doesn't do anything anymore, and you're just spinning your wheels, which is kind of what we're seeing today. You goddamn VIX 13 cents. Get the fuck out of the stonks market. There's like 1.7 million volume on this on SPX today. That's a lot. Hey Derek, the put call ratio is 1.01. Hmm. Mark my words for 2 minutes and then forget about them. All right. What's up, man? Some $4 a movement price in the end of day on the 0 GT. This is ridiculous. I think my SPX chart is broken. It shows no volume at every candlestick. What mean? The shoulder has the arm stretched out. This shoulder is an entire head and shoulders all of its own. Oh shit. Dork. VIX 1297, man. This is the local high. Ugh, this is bullshit. I'll be right back. Amazing. There's more put buying going on. Why BTU up today? I don't know. Broad commodities, maybe? No, not really. I don't think there was any news out of China. Yuan's up though, so maybe there was something. I missed it. SPX gap at 45.6250. No, no gap on SPX. This one I got filled earlier. I got filled like on the top tick of the 1224 candle. The high was 45.62 or 45.6193. Is that the right candle? 45.6229. Sorry. Is this it, Dork? Did the fucking stupid idiot bulls finally flip Delta on themselves? Nope. So close. This is so fucking lame. Yeah, it is. It would be a real shame if that Head and Shoulders turned into a Head and Shoulders and turned into a Head and Shoulders. Right now we've got the mutant going on. It's like a Head and Shoulders into a double top. If VIX gets to 13, we should call it a win and shut down the market for the day. No. Yeah. Just keep selling the more puts, you fucktards. Genius. I think the MM's now buying puts at a greater rate than they're selling them, Dork. I'm not the MM. I mean, it's not that the MM's gonna rug. It's just eventually that the put position that the MM's holding is gonna outweigh the call position on the long side. And the MM's going to start to hedge the put position, right? Chart's frozen. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I can't believe I missed the crash. VIX is fun to watch. No, it's not. Variance swaps make very little money very, very slowly, but lose shit tons of money very, very quickly. It's a good way of describing them. Are we stuck in a $3 trading range for the next 2 hours? I'd like to think not, but possibly. Fucking hell, this is annoying. Yeah, it is. We need to... We set a lower high here, so that's... The scales are tipping. It's very slow, though. You're right. It's slow and super grindy. This is the lamest thing I've ever seen in the entire history of the time where I've been watching today for the last 5 minutes. Did I see your TA? That's just a bunch of... You just drew a bunch of dicks on the chart, Doric. What did I get my niece and nephew for Christmas? I don't hate kids. I just don't want them. How old are they? You should get them those guns that shoot the little gel beads. Then you get to exact revenge on your sibling. Yeah, perfect. I don't know what you're talking about, Knight. All this should be is that they cannot let this market slip an inch. Otherwise, boom. Yeah, it's basically the situation they're putting themselves in. Gherkin buys full-size candy bars for kids. It's true, yeah. How did I tell my family it's tomorrow when I told them all to buy Bobby last Thanksgiving? Oh, that's awkward. I mean, if they're still in, well, that'd be awkward too. You're gonna show up and they're all gonna be like fully into the conspiracy. How about a 48-year-old kid with some cool apartments scattered around Europe and insider information? Is that Night Knee? I think it might be. If they're still in, that would be funny. Just go in there and congratulate them all on the money they made on Bobby. Yeah, perfect. Let's have it. Let's have what, Knight? Have you broken free of the cult? How's it been? I think they've entered SPX into a double reverse entropy swap. Shit. The only entropy decaying right now is my patience. Should have full ported VIX shares instead of GME. VIX doesn't. Okay. He has to go and hit them with the butterfly DD. That's not. Don't call that due diligence. That's just people who don't understand legal documents misinterpreting them for other people that don't understand legal documents in an effort to get money off them. I dipped my toes in, I got them licked, and it cost me 15 grand. Welcome back. I'd say I warned you, but you already know that. It'd be a real shame if Bears sold a couple of 10K blocks right now. Would be. That's okay. VIX has been stabilized. It's back at 1229. Quick cult hopping. Misinterpreting them for people who don't understand documents. I mean, they're gonna keep that shit going forever, right? The other day I saw they were posting like a LinkedIn profile and they were like, this is it. This confirms we're getting our equity back. This is fucking boring. I'm gonna shave my face and take a shower. Ew. You can't manscape. Well, okay, you're technically at work, so I guess you could manscape right now. Does the MM care if the puts they keep buying end up in the money? They'd probably like that very much, Adam. Can you page dump into close? He doesn't show up for like 30 more minutes. Are we really trapped here for an hour and a half? Not necessarily. I mean, if we stay here for the next hour and a half, Bulls win. Which one of the M&Ms? The red one. Bulls always win. No. No, they don't. They just say that. Manscape was literally the first word upon entering the stream. It must be a volatile day. Actually, it has been. It's just gotten really fucking boring over the last hour and a half. What chance do you think the MM has to get this to fall into his puts? Well, the 4560, which is the largest strike, is still out of the money. So as we approach expiration, the MM's going to start shedding the delta that they're hedging on that strike. This price action's narrower than Hank Hill's urethra. So the MM is kind of like the hot girl in Gilligan's Island, if you think about it. Hmm. I'm pretty sure that all of the relationships in Gilligan's Island were platonic. But it's just intraday tail risk, right? It's not a big deal. You really gotta think about it. Yeah, including the rich married couple. Mrs. Howell got around. Does trading and watching charts and drawing lines all day make you think about Tron? No, because there's no brokerage service that works on my Meta VR headset. Imagine trading stocks, but it's like Beat Saber. That'd be fucking dope. I just think about Rome all day. Why? I still don't. What's with the Rome thing? I still don't get that. I'm out of the loop. GB20C weeklies are so cheap for OPEX. No, they're not, Popcorn Trader. Their loss is equivalent to their cost. No, it wouldn't, because you're constantly cutting positions with the implication of losing money. Hmm. No, it'd still be awesome. It's some dumb TikTok question thing. I only think about Rome all of the time if you include the Byzantine Empire. Alright, well that's not... Alright. So more that you think about the Holy Roman Empire all the time. Imagine trading stocks in a VR headset where you're put into the trading floor of NYSE 1982. That's a fighting game. That's not as fun. Who's your favorite character in Hook, and why was it Rufio? It wasn't. It was that crazy old uncle who kept losing his marbles. I always thought Rufio was kind of a cunt. Like, no wonder his parents didn't want him, you know? Also, I was like 6 years old when I realized that all of the kids were dead, which really made that movie like a lot darker for me. Someone did a survey and asked people how often they think of ancient Rome, and a lot of guys said they think of ancient Rome a lot, and they suspect it was to make them sound more intelligent. I've, I can't say I ever think of ancient Rome. Maybe once a year. Who's got time for that? I watched Mulan yesterday. It holds up. Excellent movie. Yeah, it is. You know that joke where there's a girl thinking he's probably thinking about other girls, and usually the guy's thinking about something random. Oftentimes it was Rome related. Okay. Wait, the kids are what? Dead. That's why they never get older. They're all dead. Would you rather live through the collapse of the Roman Empire or the collapse of the modern West? Roman Empire. I could forge documents and flee to some other country and pretend to be royalty. Like Knight's Tale. Be honest, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Holy Roman Empire is the only book on your shelf. I don't even own that. The only book on my bookshelf right now is Options as a Strategic Investment, a compendium of Jules Verne novels, a California real estate law textbook. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what the other one is. Is that Iliad? All my books are packed. I don't get them in the storage. They're way too much. I'll be right back. Whew. Oh shit, VIX broke 13.
Hmm.
Now tell us it's going to keep going. It has a better chance of continuing. Play the Re-Coo-Coo-Coo song. Oh shit. I don't know where it is. I have to find it. No songs. We always get jinxed. Continuation? What? Go away again. Dick. Your futures are moving quick. Oh, it's so awkward when you sell puts all day and then they go in the money. Oh, we blew right through resistance there. That's a red candle. Hmm. Did I tell you guys it would be fucking ridiculous if we actually broke down? Right? Stock God. Where can this go? I mean, every $5 increments kind of a resistance, but I would say 40, fill the gap, and if it breaks 40, it could go to like 30 or 25. We're still a ways off of the gap, though. We haven't even retested it yet. Hmm. Remember when the went long vol? That was fun. That's pretty exciting. How much of a drawdown can I take here? Like $1.10, right? Just don't want to get too much upside momentum. That's fine. Better than a loss, I suppose. All right, I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be right back.
I get stopped out of everything? No. Okay, cool. Yes, I know. You all made money. Congratulations. More importantly, did you get stopped into any positions? Looks like I filled ES short at 45.60. Nice, Tankerific. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much. That's awesome, dude. Seriously. What's the theory of these rapid drops? The MM is long Vega. Well, yeah. So they've sold so many puts that they've actually pushed the dealer positioning net long puts, which is really, really odd, right? Your thing was dinging off the hook when you left. Yeah, I got stopped out of like 15 of my puts. Big ballers in here. He's still clawing back like a 25K loss, so. No, go back down. Stop buying puts at the bottom. Nice, Adam. Congratulations, dude. Cobra. Thanks, man. Maybe you can pay off some of those credit cards now. I'm going to assume the position they're in is the same and they're just selling even more puts. Yes, but there's also going to be puts that closed because we dropped so much. So we'll see how it shakes out from here. I would say we're still, given that we bounced, right, at all, we're probably still really likely to end up back above. Well, we already are, but we can move back above like 55 and still close the day out in the same range. We'll see, though. They really can't stop selling puts here. Not until we're above 55. Greedy, thank you so much, man. I hope you did good. Congratulations. So don't get greedy and be happy with the gains. Sounds good. Yeah. If we dipped further, right, and we'd really lost 45, we could have kept going. If this bounce fails, we could keep going. But we're already back above 50. I wouldn't bet on it, right? Like that was kind of the snap of the rubber band. There's not going to be a lot. There's not going to be a lot left. Now into the very end of the day, about an hour from now, if we see if we're under 45.55, then we could possibly fail again. Thanks for all the knowledge today, Gherk. Help me make money for my wife's birthday today. Baller dinner it is. And a happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, man, and wish your wife a happy birthday. Congratulations, man. More of the same tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be really boring, Draxx. It's going to be so boring the candles aren't even going to move. Yep, flat as fuck. You think this is the low for Tesla puts or more continuation Friday? 43, 231.50 seems like a fortress. Ironically, that's the only 230 is the only place I want to enter Tesla puts. I did not want to play the pullback. It was risky. I mean, it seems like a fortress until it isn't, but yeah, I would probably consider either shaving some winners or repositioning. I probably wouldn't take the risk of holding it overnight. Tesla loves gapping up overnight. And half days are weird. Condors tomorrow? It's Thanksgiving. The market's closed. Iron turkey. I think catcalls are a really bad idea. I keep telling people that, and people keep asking me. Pootie Toots on Monday. I don't know. We'll see what happens Friday. I made pretzels the other night because I was drunk. And so I'm eating one of those. Now I'm eating the rest of the those like Jamaican beef patties that I bought because they were gonna go bad. Yeah. It's not that hard to make. Pretzels are pretty easy. Ooh, nice, Lawrence. It's Power Hour in observance of Thanksgiving Day, United States. All major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed on Thursday, November 23rd, 2023, and will close early, 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, November 24, 2023. Thank you so much, Taco Squire Gordon, for announcing this month's holiday. I can make a bunch of different kinds of pretzels when I'm drunk, Jen. What did you just say there? Nothing. Do I know what I mean? Do you? Taco Trader, when you become a drug kingpin in Bolivia or wherever you're going, are you still gonna hang out? I heard it. I will remember it. I hope so. This looks like a rounded bottom breakout. No, it doesn't. It looks like a bullish reversal into resistance, which then probably won't fail. But
I'm replacing your cowboy hat with a taco. Hmm. Do you have any charts for TSX? Draxx, you've been here since like day one, man. And I almost just banned you. Yeah, why do you need to see it? Why are you trading that? I don't know if it's up to date. No, it's not. I don't have live. Lol, I know because it's the only thing open tomorrow in my homeland. I can make maple bucks to trade for fur pelts to sell to England. Fuck. Alright, well. GGPI was delisted, Dave. It's not a thing anymore. But for you, I would have. Even Oreo. Thanks, Dave. Back to spot, Dork. Back to clown. Thanks for everything, Gert. Glad the pickle jar made some money. Hopefully the pours won't be poor much longer. Well, just until they over leverage their account next time. Maybe there will be a Black Friday, if you know what I mean. I do, but I don't necessarily agree. I'll buy some puts just in case. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, Costellosaurus. Hold on. That was terrible. Hanging with the fam, but I like the stream in the AM despite not being able to listen. Thanks, man. How's SPX positioning looking going into next week? I'm thinking about grabbing some puts. There's still a very good chance that... Okay, so first of all, going into Friday, there's still a good chance that we see the upside of 40, like more upside from 45.50. Holding this level into close today is not exactly bearish. However, the longer we stay at these levels, the more and more puts the market maker is going to accumulate. So the bulls are kind of creating their own clock here. And we saw that on a small scale today, but remember, that's not the only positioning. Dork, I don't know how you expect to get the stuffing and the turkey otherwise. Just for that, I'm going to put it in the bottom left. Holy shit, I can almost close my fucking 480s. For that second coup, the pigeon whales appreciate the effort. We take cooing seriously, as do I. It's a lofty goal that we lord over the pores, always pursuing the advancement in cooing and cooing related technologies. Thank you, Costellosaurus. When an MM goes long vol, what puts do they pick up in terms of expiry? Just in the VIX calculation, it's because they're ending up net long because so many puts are being sold. So the MM's book is becoming net long puts. Yes, I know it's crazy. Sorry, put it in the bottom right or else I don't put my peanut in your stuffing tomorrow. It's gonna stay right where it is, dork. I have a hard enough time paying attention to the screen without confusing myself with where everything's positioned. I'm busy and my port is sad. When should I look at long-term puts? Wait for a breakdown of GN, or at least us getting closer to GN. Unless you're going to look at like Vega plays, in which case VIX is very low. How much would you expect Vega plays to go up on a drop to 4,400? They can go up quite a lot. I mean, it's going to be in relation to the amount of vol, but the variable's the multiplier, right? You can get like 100, 200% return if VIX goes up a few points. So the hill's kind of like this. And the meatball's here. And so they keep pushing the meatball into this part, but the meatball's not very good at climbing, and then it falls back down to this part. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm too British to know what that means. Well, you guys invented it. Also, Eurostox has 0 DTEs, so tomorrow's going to be fun. Yeah, it does. It's like revving a Lambo engine. I think I'm getting 4570C December 1st, 4530P December 8th. Thoughts? It could be okay. It's kind of a wide strangle, but I don't hate the strikes. I'd probably like the call closer to the money, but I understand you're basing it off spot. Why push the meatball if they aren't de-risking? That's a good question. I really don't have an answer for. Maybe they are. It's just the things they're de-risking aren't as apparent. What's the highest number of 0 DTs you would buy and trade at a time? Usually I don't go over like 5 to 10. Occasionally, like 20 or 25. At a single strike, I'll frequently build ladders in the range where I think we're gonna move. So like if I thought this was gonna like break out to the upside, I would probably buy like a 60, 65, 70. And then I might have like I might be like 10, like 5, 3 or something like that. Why do we keep saying de-risking when they're adding more risk with the sold puts? No, you're not missing anything. I don't think anyone's de-risking. There was a little bit yesterday in anticipation of the FOMC meeting, but not a lot. For the most part, puts are being consistently sold 100% of the time, like every tick. Thank you, Evans, by the way. Well, yeah, because so in order to push the meatball up the hill, right, you have to hold on. Let me thicken this up. In order to drive the meatball up the hill, you need to sell puts. And that skews this way. So, right? And then you buy calls and that skews that so it's really the space around the meatball changes. The meatball doesn't really move per se. But the selling of puts and the buying of calls dilates the space time around the meatball. uh sorry, hold on, I'll get my shit together here in a second. Anyway, but right now when they're selling puts, they're pushing the market maker long, right? And so the effect you're getting from the selling of puts is that the space under the meatball is moving this way, right? And then you're still buying calls, so you're still pushing this flatter, but you're kind of like pulling the rug out from under yourself. Right? Because the market makers now net long the puts. Whereas, if they were net short, you'd be lessening the slope to the downside. I just understood Interstellar, but is the meatball the inertial frame of reference, or is the frame of reference the market maker's massive schlongas? The latter. Yeah, so that's why it's like really confusing to me and Torque that they keep selling puts, right? Because the more puts they sell at this point, the worse they're making the situation, right? Like the harder they're making it to move up. Which just means that their position is entirely leverage and they don't have any money. Otherwise they'd just buy delta and push the price up, right? Instead of selling puts to buy like out of the money gamma. So what do they know that we don't? I mean, it could just be like algorithmized, right? I mean, it probably is, but it's kind of run into a weird spot that maybe it's not programmed to properly handle. So they've reached the limitation of their pumping and can't let SPX pull back because the MM is now long puts. Are they stuck in this loop? PS stuck on. Thank you, Lawrence. No, I mean, obviously, like today's expiration will change, and shorter dated sold puts will fall off, and things will shift. But as long as the market maker's positive Vega, this is going to be something that they're going to have to combat every trading day. So they really need to let the market fall. They need to let Vega rise, right? And then that opens up more room to the upside. There must be an exit plan for this behavior. It doesn't seem like it right now. Kenny's going to be so rich buying all these puts. I think he made a shitload of money off of them earlier already. He was selling they're selling fucking 45.50s for $1, right? And they peaked at 7. Stwonk God? Quad? I don't think that's a Jersey accent. That's just kind of like a speech impediment. It'd be like stonk. Stonk God. God. Yeah, stonk. Fucking ugh. Dwayne the Long Johnson. Why the fuck is your name gray? News says there might be a terrorist attack on the Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, it happened a few hours ago. I just suspect this is timing related. They end a certain period with their positions above a certain value. They gain breathing room afterwards to let it slide down. Too hard to say. That's too hard to say and way too dynamic of an assumption. You lost me at Meatball? Rewind it and watch it again. If you ever make that noise again, I'm gonna unsubscribe. If I ever make that noise again, I'm gonna quit. Uh-oh, dork. They're about to lose 45.55 again. OPEC shifted out their meeting date. Edwin. Is it too soon to make jokes about Kermit the Frog singing Rainbow Connection on the Niagara Bridge? No. No, it's probably... You know, it's never too soon to make jokes about terrible things. Thanks, Snickums. No problem. Did Kermit convert to Islam and get a spiffy jacket? I don't think so. Is it too soon to make a joke about Freg's Day? Yeah, that shit's not funny, man. You guys know today is Freg's Day? No, yesterday was Freg's Day. Wait. Yesterday was Freg's Day. Ban the guy. Yeah, so today is Freg's Day, but yesterday was T+2 from the original Freg's Day. Like the original Freg's Day was on a Tuesday. And the video failing VWAP. Excellent. Do you think Freg, hallowed be his name, yes, knows how special he is here? Yeah, because he came back in March of 2022 and he's like, what the fuck is going on? Why have I been tagged 5,000 times? Get him out of here. It's way too soon. Dork timed him out for the blasphemy. If I play the 510 song, though, we're going to test 4560, and I don't want to do that.
Give a shit about theta, it's pure science, just look at the data. Less than $30 for a 510 call, just do the fucking math, it'll make your wife's bank account crawl. once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do, take your profits and walk? I said fuck no man, I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit, show my gains to Gherk like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kung Fu, Ruffle, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Doc, Army Vent, Jay Wallin on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Dan Work, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimist, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic Construct, Hands on the Dancing Queen, Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Hartley here, Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Emphazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy, Donkey Dick, Tri-Feed, Dead, Why, Tom and Jerry.
Remind me, a lot of FTDs on Fubo tomorrow? So they'd be on Friday, not tomorrow, but yeah. Not a lot, like 2 million. Really? They didn't fill me? Bitches. There we go. Draxx, thanks for it all, Gherk. Do you think you'll... No problem, man. Do you think you'll ever see anything as crazy as the GME saga and trading again? I mean, Upstart and Revlon were pretty fucking nuts. Bobby's actually insane now. I mean, it's gone way off the deep end. Almost, I would argue, way more. At least GME shareholders own shares, right? Like Bobby shareholders are just like LARPing their shareholders, former Bobby shareholders. If they really wanted the world's attention, they would have gone over the falls in a wooden barrel instead of a bomb. All right. I was here and took losses on the August 2022 bear rally, but this one seemed much more intense and violent. Where does this rank for you as far as bear rallies go? Oh, it's been crazy. This is super, super crazy. Ban the haters. Why are iron butterflies so tempting on SPX? They're like a siren's call. Because the odds of you nailing the closing price by 10 BPS are pretty slim. The odds of me nailing the closing price on SPX by 10 BPS are pretty high. Win rip to 46.20. I still think we need to pull back before it's possible. Or we need to sit here a while, like several more days. Anything exciting happened today? Happening today these days? No, not much. My birthday was fun. I got way too drunk and made some mistakes that I already regret, but you know, that's what it's for. Was Monday 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 35 seed holiday deferral for the diamond top? I do wonder if part of this week we didn't see um like larger effects from SLD and the charm falling off the chain because of the holiday. But I don't really know how holidays affect supplement. I know they do affect supplemental liquidity deposits, but I don't know how. So, because remember, they changed supplemental liquidity deposits back in March of 2022 to be on a rolling basis. So it could be that there's an extended rolling period for deposits to be made, even though the SLD period itself is closed. I wouldn't get a lot of hope out of it, though. I mean, there was far more than enough call buying to offset the drop in charm. Thanks. It feels crazier than most, but I've only been watching the market this closely since 2021. Yeah, I mean, this is way less crazy than shit that happened coming out of like the COVID crash or back in like 2018. Do you know the settlement time for treasuries? Specifically, which one? They usually settle like a few days after the auction, like a couple of business days or something like that. The settlement time for each one is usually listed with the auction information. What's the closing price on Friday within 10 bips? Too hard to do it that far out. Win Gork Jr., not those kind of mistakes, Dwayne. I feel like the COVID crash was nutty. Yeah, it was. For me, it was less that it was nutty and more that my port that was at like $0 went back to break even in like 2 days. Literally 900 BPS days after, yeah, after the crash, there was some serious vol. Kind of feels like big players are pumping, getting ready to pull the rug out once de-risked. Or they're just going to de-risk all at once because everything's concentrated into 7 fucking stocks. Does this lack of a pullback imply that their position cannot survive allowing a pullback? Okay. What's up, Dork? 25 MTE. I already bet money on that. Was there any benefit to tracking FTDs for leverage, for VIX leverage ETFs? Would that be an indication of possible downs? No, they could be cash settled. ETNs maybe, but that's more complicated. That little guy would jump right out with a full beard and a copy of OASI. I mean, I feel like he would just be the polar opposite of me. Clean shaven with an art book or something. That's what happens when you have kids, right? They don't want to be anything like you because you suck. What can I get for $3.03 on IBKR in the last 20 minutes that'll make me a millionaire by close? Literally nothing. SpaceX going public at 150 billion market cap next month. I don't know. You gonna pick up some of those bags? Oh god, baby Colonel's gonna be a total loser then. He's just gonna be the world's best stock trader. I wonder what percent of our move up over the last 20 days is gap ups. Hey Siri. Quite a lot. For that kind of money, Thomas Petterfee would spit in your general direction. Baby Carl will play Tesla like a fiddle. Oh, let's see. Gap ups, huh? So we got 50 BPS, 20, so 70. Another 50, 40, 20, 115, and 20, 135, 55, 95, 45, 245, 265, 310 BPS, roughly. Why have Mondays been so green this year? They're not always. They usually are, except for OPEX, right? And then OPEX Mondays have been mostly red this year. But usually because like repositioning. Also sold calls falling off, which there's been a lot of call selling this year. Are you ready to ready for those 50s to go $50 in the money in one candle, brah? Don't fucking tease me like that. There's a video online of a Tesla driver trying to pump their tire at a propane refilling station. Bullish. Sounds like a Tesla investor. Any plan to straddle into the half day? Yeah, I probably will, but I'm gonna buy them for like November 30th or something further out in case Friday is just flat, right? I don't want to be bothered to roll them, so. Is NQ volatility sky high compared to SPX? I mean, and I think so. I could look. I don't know what it's at right now. VXN's at like 1670 right now. But the average on VXN is like 18, so it's still very, very low, but much higher than SPX. That's why I tell people if you're gonna straddle and you can't straddle SPX to use QQQ. Because like intraday moves on QQQ, there tend to be bigger ones than on SPY. I'm not buying a straddle because fuck this market. I'll make the difference intraday. Alright. Which of the meme 7 would you like to see wiped off the face of the earth? And why is it Tesla? You know, it's actually not. It's Meta. I think the world would be a better place without Meta. Not a lot better, but a little bit. VVIX looks kind of interesting. A little bit. It's a little shift in trend today, but not a lot. We pretty much described my entire bear thesis on Meta. Maybe Zach will find a way to permanently live in the metaverse before Meta pulls the plug on that project. Meta will never pull the plug on that. DVD, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Can you clarify what the red, orange, and green lines mean in the SPX charts you post and Daily's Pickles picks? Those are like the three most likely closing ranges for SPX each day. So they kind of just represent like concentrations of interest. Or levels that we can test each day. But they're not like directionally significant. They're more about like closing price. There's just no other way for me to mark them than with those stupid lines. Pivot spends a lot of time calculating those ranges. They totally aren't just fib retracements. They're absolutely not. That's right, Dork. There's 50 Cs on Fubo for Jan 24 that are down 99 something percent safe. Wait, do you have $50 calls on Fubo for Jan 2024? This would have been a Vega play if you could have sold them. That was like a Vega play from last summer. Yeah. New business idea. I screenshot Pickles picks, sell the ports for $1 a day. I probably should have wrote that in here. Probably not. Calls are so expensive compared to puts. I don't even want to buy this straddle. They're not that expensive compared to puts. They're a little bit more. $10 minutes left, huh? Trying to look at Fridays. So decent amount of call interest Friday at 65 and 50 and 75. So Friday looks like we're going to be hanging out here even longer. Unless the 75s are being sold, which is possible. I wasn't checking on them throughout the day, so I'm not entirely sure, but... According to NBC, there's no explosives found in the vehicle at the border. And it was caused by a reckless driver, not a terrorist. Well, that's weird. There's like a lot of sell volume on futures. But the market's not doing shit. Thanks, Ghost of Clarence Saunders. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Guarding on some eyewitnesses claiming the vehicle was going 100 miles per hour down the street, swerved, crashed, and later exploded, possibly due to EV battery. Hero was getting ready to go to war. Don't worry. If that's what you want, I'm sure the United States will placate you. Happy Thanksgiving, Lawrence. You too, Jewelry Affairs. I'd have a happier Thanksgiving if we lost 200 BPS in the last 5 minutes. That'd be insane. I don't know. I'll just go out somewhere to eat. I don't like Thanksgiving. Don't like Thanksgiving foods. You too, Taco Man. Carl's wife needs her turkey stuffed. Jesus Christ. No drop into close, I don't think. Oh, hold on. Glorp, Vix is dead. Yes, it is. You too, Sads. I spatchcocked a 20-pound turkey and dry brined it earlier today. Thanks, Jade. You too. Soft landing into close. Yeah, probably. Three minutes. Let's zoom in like a lot. For the last minute, go down to the 1 second. There's no 1 second on SPX. More enhance. Yeah, I have a straddle at 50. I'm just gonna sit in it. Try to get the 60s in the money at least. You know it's bad because they're not even pushing to get the fucking calls in the money. Thanks for the meatball analogy. My wife and I were howling. Good day, buddy. Later, man. Have a good one. Ding ding. The day is done. Alright, let's take a look. It's gonna just sell off in the market close now. Alright, so we're still just kind of stuck in the middle of the neutral range here on ES. I mean, despite all the like price volatility today, we really didn't move that much from market open. And we were kind of already up when that happened, right? So I would say that we're probably going to be stuck in this range again on Friday. It doesn't look like we're breaking down, at least based on Friday's chain, anytime soon. It still doesn't look very bullish, but it also doesn't look like we're breaking down. Broad commodities moved up a little bit. Dollar actually had a really good rally today. Fell back off into the end of the day. Finally alongside yields, but still pretty close to 104. There's gonna be some resistance to the upside there, but so far a pretty good recovery on this trend, and that's due largely in part to increased inflation fears and the kind of the Fed reiterating their hawkishness in yesterday's minutes. 1 month correlation has actually turned around quite a lot today, as has 3 month correlation a little bit. So we are starting to see some of that short vol move over to equities, and so as more and more of that short vol moves over to equities, we should see more and more vol flow back in, and more vol pressure on the S&P. And this is actually pretty bearish, so pay attention to it. Japanese carry trade kind of turned around with the rising dollar today. A little more pressured. While we didn't see a big rise in VIX term premium, or VIX convexity, we did see some, right? VIX futures are actually up today, 0.76, even though VIX is down 3%, right? So we're getting those are getting less and less correlated with one another, but we're also seeing more convexity in futures, and we're looking for that return over time, the yield on that to turn positive. Move, I'm not really gonna have a print on that today. Skews back down from its peak, but it didn't move a lot today. I think it moved down like 3. So the cost of tail risk hedging is dropping. Yeah, so this is the correlation broke apart like another 1%. However, VIX futures picked up correlation with VVIX, and of the 500 stocks in the S&P above the 20-day moving average, we have fallen from a high of 89 to now only 84.69% of the stocks of the index are still above their 20-day moving average. This is generally a good sign of a top, right? So maybe start getting ready to look into some nearer the money puts, and expect at least some pullback. It doesn't have to be a ton, but we should be getting some. Everything's basically oversold, right? Or overbought. Yep, that's about it. Oh, GME. Kind of still looks like shit. XRT came off Reg Show last night. There was a little bit of covering on XRT and IJH today, but not a lot. Or a little bit of shorting. Sorry. And a lot of shorting on GME. I don't know if the bar rate went up, but I wasn't watching it, so until those tips collapse, nothing. But that could be a factor of the holiday and also settlement. And remember, there's the cash settlement. Those ETFs is like 3 business days, and I'm not sure there's bank transfers on Friday or not. I have to check. But thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I hope everyone did pretty well today on that big drop earlier. If not, there's always Monday or Friday. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody in the US, and for the rest of you, I'll see you Friday. Have a good one.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.